actually started a couple of years ago, and they're pretending that those policies don't hurt the people that they claim to protect. You cannot fix a problem that you refuse to admit exists.
That's what you're doing.
No, I'm not. That's what you're doing.
Patty, it's them and it's us. I think there's a part of the group that says it's only them. There's another group that says it's only us.
Well, I want somebody else to talk, because I'm arguing something and maybe it's just me, and that's just my brain. That's just Patty's brain.
All right, block
that's what I took from
fine.
it. Now, somebody else may have took something else from it, but that's just what I take from it. You can make your statement. Somebody can defute it. They can fight with you. I'm not going to fight with you.
I could tell you how this is a different indicator of a systemic issue, but I'm going to leave that one alone. What you don't understand, Patty, is what I say goes. It's not what you say. It's what I say. I am the HNIC.
Right, the patriarchy that has failed you black men.
What would you rather, a matriarchy?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay then. So one of us got to be the boss. One of us got to wear the pants and get the big piece of chicken.
Well, one thing I want to ask y'all is do y'all feel with America, what's going on now? I feel like sometimes that there is a fear to examine what has happened. And when you have that fear, I know it might be exaggeration, but is there a doom?
Patty, I'm looking at the chat.
Right now, it seems like people, even with Florida, when they're saying they're banning teaching this, teaching that, are we too fragile to teach the truth about slavery or police violence? The problem isn't going to be the truth. It's now it seems like it's a system that can't survive honesty.
Patty, that's what I'm saying. You're repeating my talking point, but you're only looking at them, and I'm looking at you. You're looking at them. Can't you handle the truth? I'm looking at you. Can't you handle the truth?
Hysteria. I'm looking at the attacks on Black history. Maybe we're saying the same thing, and you're not listening to what I'm trying to say.
No, you're being very myopic in your analysis.
Okay, you got it.
You're saying, why can't they acknowledge the truth? I'm saying to you, why can't you acknowledge the truth?
If somebody want to fight with you, they're going to fight with you. Let me shut.
Whatever. I'm looking at the chat, and they have gone into personal attacks because I'm saying it's both of us. That there's a segment of the Black community that we are ignoring that has lost their vigilance in this fight against white supremacy. They have become complacent. They have become wayward, lascivious, derelict in their duties as Negroes. And y'all want to hate on me because I'm fucking speaking the truth. And I know it's uncomfortable and I know it's unpopular, but I'm not going to fucking stop speaking the truth because niggas get upset. And one of them in the chat called me lonely and what else? Lascivious.
When has that population been, you said they're being ignored. When did they start getting ignored? I've never heard that population being ignored.
As soon as you mention it and everyone starts throwing stones at you. Instead of us having an agreement and saying, yes, there is that population, what do we do about it? And what I think we should do about it, is go after the FCC, right? Because if other people had this type of element within their community, they would root it out. They would take every measure possible to silence this.
You say go after the
virus,
FCC,
right? Yeah, FCC. Yeah.
What does that mean?
Federal Communication Commission.
What do you mean go after? I don't know what you mean. Explain.
Stop. Well, I am of a experience where you had certain things that was only after hours, right? And then over time, I saw how those after hour type of entertainment became more normalized. And I think that the Federal Communication Commission is in charge of what is being broadcast against federal airwaves, and we could have some sort of input on what we, want to have broadcasts across fucking children during fucking going to school radio. When you're driving and you hear "Eat my booty like groceries," you're like, "What the fuck?"
Oh,
yeah, I think there's things we could do.
So
some music.
I didn't quite understand the we're being ignored part. So
I gotta take a phone call, not to ignore you. I gotta take a phone.
Oh, that's okay.
I was trying to follow y'all for a moment. I don't know what y'all talking about, and I've been here for like 5 minutes.
It could take longer, Glenn. Sometimes 5 minutes is not enough to catch on to a convo that's now been going on for an hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah, it took me 20 years, MAGA.
It could take some time to catch on to a convo.
You know what, MAGA? It took me 20 years. My mom played it the first time when I was a little girl, right? But I told y'all it was only the two white men speaking on what the debate would have been. And I just listened to it and was like, okay. And she explained it, and I was like, okay. And then I went outside and played. Then maybe junior high, I listened to it again. And it was only the two white men because she had the conversation with me. And then, okay, it makes a little bit more sense. But I didn't understand the argument. And then in high school, I decided during Black History Month, because I got tired of hearing about Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, that I try to use that debate as something to write about. And then even my understanding then wasn't even enough. Then in college, I decided I'm going to listen to this again because I wrote about it, because I wanted to be something special at school and talk about something other than Martin Luther King. And I wanted to talk about James Baldwin and this Buckley situation. And it's like you're understanding. It took me 20 years, where some of y'all in this room are only listening to it for the first time. And that's why, yesterday, I was like, fuck, maybe I should bring it up. No, I'm not going to bring it up because it may not be interesting to other people. And it's only because maybe it's something that had to be put in my head to understand. Like how relevant it is when you talk about MAGA. Baldwin said, I can't believe what you say because I see what you do. MAGA says, I support minority. But they defend insurrectionists. What happened January 6th?
How are you getting this out of the video?
I just I'm so extra. It's like I just seen so much. I read so much when it comes to this, or had to listen to this for over 20 years. It's like I just try to put it into context when people talk in this room. Like the GOP hypocrisy, the January 6th defenders, these anti-DEI fucking conversations.
But I don't think Buckley would have defended. I think Buckley would have found. Well, I don't know what he would have thought about. Well, he would have loathed Trump personally. I don't know what he would have thought about his takeover and with it, but I don't think. Yeah.
Well, that's what I got from Baldwin when he says, like, I can't believe what you're saying because I see what you do. Like, that's something that I have on my, you know how you do your emails to certain people? That's one of my quotes.
Well, I think what we don't know in general is even how people would have responded with Nixon if you put in modern Fox News, Newsmax, and the social media ecosystem, right? How many people would not have been as bold and spoken out against Nixon? Would Nixon have not been forced to resign? So I think that's a difficulty in trying to measure the behavior and tone then versus today.
Sir, I have a question for you.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, and a comment. I don't read James Baldwin's submission during the debate as a critique targeting the right at all. It was not partisan. He was attacking ideas, beliefs, and practices that folks on both sides of the political aisle engaged in at the time, beliefs that they held and practices that they engaged in at the time, because the historical realities of the period were such that folks on both sides were implicated. We're talking about early 1965. Brown versus Board of Education was decided in 1954. 10 years after that, the schools were still not sufficiently desegregated because white people in power just did not have the goodwill to do what they needed to do, which is why the Supreme Court had to decide Brown again. Well, not really, but they had a second case called Brown 2. He also knew that despite the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Black people were still experiencing racial discrimination in various spheres of society. And there was voting rights discrimination that was going on as well, which is why he expressed, pessimism over the efficacy of the Voting Rights Act, which would be passed later on that year. My question to you, Miso, is this. You said in the room chat that James Baldwin would have been critical of DEI. Now, are you saying that he would have been critical of DEI's objectives, DEI's justifications, or DEI's implementation? That's what I'd like to know.
I think he would have been critical of it because it's too small, and it speaks to a set of oftentimes corporate, but not always, steps for trying to deal with a larger fundamental philosophical problem of the American project by having people in certain positions that by their presence, by a set of cultural objects and nearness, the race problem could be solved. I think he would maybe, I don't know about DEI per se, but I think he would be disillusioned by the tears and maybe not tears, but the outcries in favor of DEI, because it's a small solution to an historical problem.
Okay, so
I think he would have found it insufficient.
Solution, you seem to be focusing on the way it's been implemented.
No, Baldwin wanted the entire country to be reconstructed.
Understood.
So DEI does not reconstruct the country. So he critiqued everything that was incremental.
Okay.
I mean, generally, he wouldn't have cared if people. Yeah, he wouldn't care if people were in college or work or whatever. But he would say, "This is America doing America's thing and feeling good about it."
Do you recall what his immediate reaction to the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was? I don't know.
Yeah, it's intimated. He intimates at it in the thing. He argues that we wouldn't have needed one if the one from 57 in 1866 and 1868 and so forth, if people lived it. He said the problem, he basically had a critique of law. He thought law was insufficient because law doesn't change men's minds and hearts and desires. And for him, that was fundamental. He was an existentialist.
Okay, so
not jurisprudential.
So I understand that. But is it possible to acknowledge that the existence of such laws means that there's something wrong with society that needs to be fixed, and to also acknowledge that having the laws is better than not having them at all.
And didn't he say, MAGA,
Maybe
that bill was going to save the country?
I don't think so.
I'm going to...
At all. Baldwin didn't really talk about law and policy like that. He never talks about law. Like ever. It's not his thing. He was a philosopher. He believed in fundamental first principles. Like for him, law is too above ground. But I'm trying to make some iterate with. Give me a second.
Go ahead, brother. That's why I wanted you here, because like I need somebody to hit me in my head, because it's like I have. Let me look at.
And in that, that's why he hits Bobby Kennedy so hard.
Yeah, he did. And you know what? He made the best prediction. Did y'all hear what he said? 40 years. He was 3 years off, but he said 40 years.
King said the same thing. A lot of people. But the reason why he was upset with Bobby Kennedy was because, remember, Baldwin, well, maybe, I shouldn't say remember, but Baldwin, Hansberry, and I don't know if Hansberry was there, but a bunch of black leaders, Harry Belafonte and others, in 1963, they met with him while he was AG, and they were disenchanted by the Kennedy administration and the Kennedys' take on civil rights. And so he was still smarting from that, but I have to do something. You guys do.
Oh, so remind me. Well, correct me if I'm wrong. If I recall correctly, the main problem with Robert Kennedy's position on civil rights was that he wanted things to move too slowly, and the advocates who met with him wanted them to move more quickly. Is that right, Misa?
Yeah. And they wanted a wholesale sort of reconstitution of the restructuring of the United States. That the whole thing needed to be blown up in particular kinds of ways. A good book on this, is Eddie Glaude's book on. He goes through Baldwin pretty good. People want to look at some Baldwin's American Society.
Can you repeat that, please? I'll put it in the
more
chat.
Recent book, Eddie Glaude book. I can't put it in the chat. My hands are full.
What is it?
Google Eddie Glaude, James Bond.
Right now, I do want. So I want to look at The Fire Upon Us, and I want us to use that as our Saturday book, because right at this point, I don't give a fuck about Virginia Gulf Free. So I think that Fire Upon Us, I listened to it last night when I got off the app because of this stupid shit that was going on in the room. And that is a really good book. So this morning I was like, yeah, we're going to hear this shit. And I want all y'all in the room to hear this debate because I want to use that book. And I'm not asking for a vote. That's going to be our book. So if y'all show up, you show up. If there's just 10 of us, I just want us to have an understanding. But right now, it's a good read for Patty, or even a good listen. And thank you for the recommendation, MAGA. Because it's pretty good. Okay, so I did Google, not Google, I went to Twitter.
Yuck.
I went to Twitter and used Gronk, so shut up. And I put down, my question was, what was Baldwin's immediate reaction to the Civil Rights Bill? And I put, quote, he says something about a bill that saves the country. And it actually has the bill, or not bill, actually says, quote, "It is not a bill that saves the country." Right after its passage, Baldwin said publicly that legislation alone could not fix the deep moral problem of racism in America. "What I am worried about," and this is quotes, "what I am worried about," and this is an interview in 1964, "what I am worried about is not the Civil Rights Bill, but the state of the country." And for me, that's more like, this is just Patty, and I don't know what y'all take from it. Like, what I'm worried about is not the Civil Rights Bill, but the state of the country. Like a bill that's going to fix a symptom, but it doesn't address like what the sickness is in America. Like denying Black humanity.
Hey. Put those on the tree or do something else. Hey Pat. The other one is I think it's called Begin Again. Let me see if I can find it.
Oh. And this is Baldwin? Or is this Begin Again?
No, this is the Glaude book I was saying. It's called Begin Again.
And this is about what? Because I need to put that in my
Baldwin.
notes. About Baldwin. Mm-hmm. That's what I was asking. Is it Baldwin? About Baldwin. I know it's not Baldwin, but it's about. Begin Again. Is it, it says here, is inspired by Eddie S. Gall Jr., 2020 book, Begin Again.
No, he wrote it.
Baldwin's America and its urgent lessons for our own. You know how Audibles have their.
Did you see a book I think you read?
His emotional world and why he remains a blueprint for understanding race, democracy, and American failure. That book.
Did y'all see the breaking news that Allred just dropped out and he's running in Texas's 33rd congressional district, and now it's going to be a two-way between Crockett and Childerico? She ain't even officially announced yet, but she about to win damn primary. We done lost the damn Texas seat before we even had a shot to win it. I just want to say congratulations to all the Jasmine Crockett fans. Y'all are up for the next, what's it going to be, a couple months? And then it's over.
Yeah, that's breaking news. And let's go back to Baldwin. But I really think maybe y'all need to listen to this again because it took me 20 years.
Why are you saying it took you 20 years? What are you saying?
Because
It
it's
didn't take
like
you 20
pieces and
years.
pieces and pieces. Well, it took me a long time. It didn't take me 20 years, but it took me a long time to understand what I was supposed to be understanding, just for me. And I might not understand it fully. But how I take it or even trying to use it, and what's going on in this country now.
Well, I mean, one of the keys to understanding it is starting with the question that was under debate. And one thing that we haven't talked about at all yet was the question was about the American dream. So one place to start, I think, would be what was the conception of the American dream in 1965? Because that's what they're responding to. They're actually responding. It's actually I shouldn't use that word. It's actually beyond political ideology or party or voting or law. They're talking about the American dream. And so, like, what was the conception of the American dream in mainstream discourse as an ideal, as a sort of kind of a romance of America? And then what was it from the perspective of the Negro, the boy that Baldwin provocatively imagines in the barbershop in Harlem? That might be, I think that's, if people are interested in kind of understanding it, it's a formal debate. So they're dealing with the question. And one of the reasons why Buckley is so performs so poorly, notwithstanding his deep rhetorical gifts and intellectual aplomb, is that he is very driven by rhetoric. Now, to be fair, Baldwin gets into a lot of rhetoric too. There's a lot of fluff in there on both sides. One of the things about the debate is that one of the reasons why contemporaries like Baldwin is because his rhetoric, quote, hits more than Buckley's does. Nevertheless, the point is that what was the conception of the American dream in 1965? And one of the things that I don't think either of them deal with is that I don't know if there was a conception of the American dream in 1965. Because 1965 America was on fire. X was assassinated. Kennedy had been assassinated 2 years before. The Vietnam War was an issue. Cities are buckling. There's all kinds of political realignment in terms of Dixiecrats turning into Republicans. It's just a lot going on in 1965. The Civil Rights Movement, of course. You're in the midst of the Cold War, so you're having nuclear fallout drills. Like, I think one thing that's fascinating is how do they define the American dream? How do we understand the American dream in 1965? But I don't want to talk too much.
I don't know. Maybe because Baldwin's black, I just listen to him talking about the dream being built on black exploitation, how white folks protected it, and they can't survive without the truth. That's how I took it. And maybe I don't know. He wasn't able to he wasn't able to connect sexuality, or I don't know. Because what he didn't do is and say what you want, but one thing about Baldwin, I think at that time, because it wasn't cool, or it wasn't it could have put him in a position where people wouldn't be able to hear. I think that he kept his queerness out of public confrontation, especially when it came to this argument with Buckley, because I don't feel like the world was ready. And during that time, I think wasn't homosexuality criminalized, and homosexuality could have been undermined when it came to that debate.
They didn't talk about homosexuality in the debate.
No, but I think that's something when you brought up the question what he didn't deal with at the time. And he didn't deal with LGBTQ rights. He kept his shit silent. He was
Wait, he did what you say? What'd you say he did?
I felt like he kept his queerness and silence on this debate because everybody knew he was openly bi at the time. But in that debate, he never connected, he didn't connect racism and sexuality.
Because for him, there was no connection. I
I feel like, like I said, his credibility would have been like shot to.
He couldn't publicly share his position without exposing himself, or at least
What are you talking about? Baldwin's openly gay. Be quiet.
He was openly. He was open. He was
You don't know
open.
anything about James
He was
Baldwin or
open, bro.
sexuality.
He was
Be quiet.
in a public debate.
Yes,
But
he did
he
it in
avoided
public
the topic.
debates all the time. Be quiet. You don't know anything about James Baldwin.
Yeah. He was straight up open. Like everybody knew he was bisexual at that time. But even during the debate, I think he avoided that topic.
Yeah, I guess I am lost, Josh.
Why do you think he should have brought it up? Fan X or whatever your name is. Why?
I mean, in a debate, in a public discourse, you bring up everything you need to and stand on it.
Do you know what the question was? The question presented. Do you know what the question presented was?
Why he did not create the intersectionality.
No, the question of the debate.
No, the last question that I listened to maybe 60 seconds ago.
No. So what MAGA asked us, what MAGA said that
participating if we didn't listen to it. Man, you guys ruling combos, bro. Do you know what they were debating at Cambridge Union, sir? Is what he's asking. Do you know what the question on the floor was? Fan, do you know what the question on the floor was?
Wait, Josh, did you not notice that I arrived late? Did you not look in the chat?
And then if you arrived late, this is where you belong. How about this? And if you arrived late, right? So if you arrived late and you don't know the context of the conversation, what do you think an intelligent person would do?
Listen to the last question from the top mod.
No.
Wrong.
listen to the entire.
They would stay in the audience and understand what's going on, and that's where you'll stay until you understand what's going on. Not listen to the last question. You don't come into a conversation and hear the last question and think that's what the conversation is about.
So MAGA, when you asked the question what they didn't deal with, you asked the question, or you said that both of them didn't, something about what they didn't deal with at the time. And that's why I brought up LGBTQ, because one thing about him, he was open, right? He was an open bisexual. But
that wasn't, but what does that have to do with the question of the American dream and the Negro? It's not germane to the debate. The question was about the relation between the Negro and the American dream. I mean, and also their conception of LGBT rights, so-called, is not what we. It was a whole different. It was not a. Yeah, it was just different.
But you said what they didn't deal with at the time.
All right.
And when you brought that up, I just said, that's what I felt like he didn't deal with, especially when it was open. He was an open bisexual. I didn't feel like he connected racism and sexuality.
Because there was nothing to connect in the question. What would the connection be?
Because sometimes I feel like even within our community, and this is just us being Black people, that we ignore that there are Black bisexuals or Black LGBTQ members that are ignored even within our own community. Like, I hear shit from Black people, and it's like they don't include our community, that community, as part of. I don't know.
I mean, if the question presented had been, has the American dream been achieved at the expense of the Negro and queer people, then maybe James Baldwin's sexual orientation and the general experience of queer people might have been relevant. But the question was very specific. We recognize that there's an American dream. White people like to talk about it all the time, and they like to say that it's available to everyone. James Baldwin disagreed with that, and James Baldwin actually said that the American dream exists only because the Negro has had to pay for it. Sexual orientation had nothing to do with the question presented, and it had nothing to do with any viable arguments offered
I
by
understand that, Hurricane, but what MAGA said is what they didn't address.
Oh, yeah,
What they didn't address in relationship to defining the American dream.
Yes.
And what the American dream
I
was
got
in
you.
1965. Yeah.
You're right. So, could that be like maybe like the rise of white backlash as dominant political ideology? Because I don't.
Well, I mean, 1965 is, not long from the 50s, and there was a sort of cardboard Madison Avenue conception of the American dream of the 1950s, the nuclear family, two picket fence, the dad grocery work, et cetera, et cetera. So, did the Negro facilitate that in the 50s, if to the extent that it existed? And then how did that change given the domestic and international events of the 1960s? And so, Baldwin gets to it some, but I just feel like generally, especially for us, if we kind of want to understand that time and maybe this time, maybe we should understand what the conception of the American dream. In other words, what I'm saying is, in order to understand the debate, maybe we could start by understanding the question they were debating. That's sort of what I was. So people are kind of confused. Yeah, not you, because you've heard it before. I'm saying people are kind of like, oh, it's the first time I'm hearing it. I'm just saying one trick is to always keep in mind the question under discussion. Because otherwise you come in and you just stick to a point like Fan did, and you distract from what's going on because you don't have the context for the debate itself. And so what I'm saying is, I don't know what the American dream was in 1965. I don't know what it is now. I know an idea of what the American dream was, which is modeled off of a kind of propaganda from the 50s. But, Buckley certainly didn't articulate an American dream. There was a whole point they were trying to make about, and the British kid brought it up about the relationship. This is fascinating to me between, not relationship, but how the certain Negroes in America were making, oh, God, I mean to sum that up, were making what British people were making. I don't know if people caught that. And then Buckley picked that up and said, see, yeah, they make a certain amount of money. It's not so bad. What does that have to do with the American dream? See, they've obfuscated it. What they're making in Britain has literally nothing to do with the American dream. That's what makes it American. It's not British, you see. So that's how I would begin to understand it, is to take it through the thing. But like I said, it's that. People can talk about whatever they want to. All right.
So I got a question. Do you think he may have foreseen or seen the moral crisis, but didn't think about the economic one? Because even MLK brought up the economic crisis. I don't know.
Economic achievement, economic empowerment is necessarily part of the American dream, the concept of it at the time. So I don't know that he didn't contemplate the importance of economic equality at the time. I do agree with Miso that neither person spent much time spelling out what the American dream actually is. I just assumed that they took for granted that everybody knew what the American dream was. Some financial success and sufficient social standing, maybe a little more. I think Miso said something about a house and a picket fence, and the nuclear family might have been part of it as well. But they assumed that they agreed on what the American dream was, which is why they didn't spend much time defining it. But I think that economic prosperity, thank you, that's the word I was looking for, that a certain amount of economic prosperity is necessarily part of what the American dream is and was then.
So
Did he say something
I
about?
think that
Okay,
I think that they both. Oh, sorry. So I would say I think that they both sort of indirectly, without naming it, spoke to the American dream, and
I do too.
Maybe a reformulation of it away from, at least in James Baldwin's sense, away from something that's purely economic, right? Because when we got the phrase American dreams, Adams's idea was more wealth, or accumulation of wealth was a part of it, but it was more of this idea of merit over birth in terms of determining your quality of life, right? Like, so your life would be better, fuller, based on your ability and achievement. And your part of that ability is to escape like social or societal limitations. And so what Baldwin, I think, speaks to, if that is the idea of the American dream, how so much of white people's capacity to escape that, even if we go to the point of wealth, relied on black people's labor, but also black people not being able to do those things, right? So the whole thing of the nuclear family where the dad works and the mom stays at home, a lot of that was enabled because black women were working in the homes of these white women. And then when white women were able to go out into the work world or do whatever, that was because black women were in their homes. So the idea that black people were sustaining or were the base for this idea of the American dream, I think it's more subtly engaged in Baldwin's address. I don't know.
You know what, Dr.
That's just sort of my idea.
If you listen to what we played earlier, that Baldwin said, I picked the cotton. I carried it. We built the railroads. He said, like, there were certain things he said. So if you're talking about the American dream, the prosperity that was produced by black people and our labor, that shit, and denying it to black folks, that shit is not abstract. He spelled it out when he
but I think
talked about material wealth.
I think it was beyond material wealth, though. I think he was really talking about, for me anyway, my reading is that it was about it was about like the idea that America was a place where where there wouldn't be societal limitations, and where merit and ability would ultimately be determinative, right? But that wasn't the reality. So when he starts at the beginning and he says something about how you engage, I'm just trying to remember it, how you engage this question has something to do with how you view reality or where you are in.
He said how white folks
the world
to see
or
how it was
something
built.
like that.
He pretty much
like
said
that.
something about how white people refuse to see how.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
And the other thing I was thinking when Maga asked the question, when Maga made the, like, about where was the American dream in 1965 or whatever, I don't know. I would say, I think there was an engagement with the bigger question, maybe not the American dream, but what was the next phase for the experiment that was America? Because all of the things that were going on were testing these ideals that we have encoded in law, maybe also in the imagination about what America was, and it was all being worked out in this very contentious political landscape, like with the war internationally, war domestically. So I don't know if they were engaging so much the American dream as much as the space or the place where a dream could be forged or even constructed.
So I have a question for you, Dr. Agee. Do you think that the concept of the American dream at the time incorporated questions about what citizenship ought to mean for any American, including Black people? Do you think that was part of it?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that for James Baldwin, that the question of citizenship was always the question. Like, and what does it mean? I don't know what. Do I want to say what does it mean for a Black person to be a citizen, or what does Black citizenship look like? And are Black people indeed experiencing or accessing all the rights and privileges of citizenship? And if not, then why not? And what does that say about this American idea or the experiment of America? So I think for James Baldwin, the question of citizenship was always a thing.
Yeah, I think so too. The question still the question is still on the table for obvious reasons. But it's clear to me that at that time there were still serious contentions related to citizenship for Black people that had not been resolved formally or informally. We weren't too far removed from Jim Crow laws. So citizenship was severely restricted during the Jim Crow era. And in 1965, February, which is when they had this debate, the country was still relying on a cramped understanding of citizenship for Black people, because there were still so many things available to white people that Black people just could not access, even if they tried. So I think that the American dream, to your point, necessarily involves not only economic prosperity, but also social legitimacy, which allows people to do other things if they're socially legitimate. In 1965, I would say that social legitimacy was something that Black people were still denied. I'm not saying that we're not denied it today, we are, but back then we were denied that even more.
I agree with you, Hurricane, on that.
And I also think, like, for me, I struggle with this in a lot of ways. This instant reflex, I guess is what I'll call it, to understand the prior social, cultural, intellectual moments through the prism of today, right? I mean, I think there's a way in which those moments can inform our understanding of today, but I think but in order for that to happen, it's imperative that we understand them as their moment. So you can follow the cultural, or you could follow the trajectory to this moment. So I sometimes get stuck in making that immediate leap. Like, well, what does this tell me about now? I don't know, which is why Maga's question about the American dream, like to relocate us to that moment, so as to understand in an evolutionary way, maybe how we got to here, which deepens our understanding and our ability to grapple with what here is.
And are we trying to define the American dream?
So at the end of his debate, he said the American dream is at the expense of the American Negro. He said it is at the expense of American Negro. So, like, is this like, is he saying, like, is the dream, like, structural? Like, and he did bring up the exploitation of Black people. So is it structural, not personal?
Well, I mean, I think nothing in America is structural. I mean, nothing in America is personal. Like, all of it is structural. Like, all of it is systemic. How we experience it on a personal level. But, I mean, I don't know. I think it's all systemic in some ways, right? Because in many ways, the whole thing of America, like, America is an idea. It's a place. We think of it geographically, but it's an idea. It has, so that idea is maintained through systems. And so when Baldwin when he says, this is on the, at the expense of Black Americans, it's economic for, like, the physical labor that generated that was like an economic engine. It's also
Psychological.
But it's also social, right? Because class and status is built on the degree to which how many degrees one is removed from the Negro, be that biologically, culturally, whatever. So I don't know. I think he means it in a lot of ways that aren't just economic. I don't know.
I mean, Patty, it could be interesting at this point when more people here and we've had some conversation. Baldwin's piece is only, 14 minutes? And Buckley's is only, 14 to 15 minutes? 13 minutes? Maybe we should just listen to those two submissions and then kind of respond directly. That's not...
And I agree with you. I think we have to play those two submissions again and get feedback, because it's like the only people that's speaking on it, maybe Patty, MAGA, Dr. AG, Hurricane, like CEOs ask questions, but like I don't see what y'all not hearing, or why like there's not more comments. Like I don't understand it.
It's okay. Yeah, sometimes I think it's better to have less comments because it will invite irrelevant, uninformed, silly ones. So maybe with the law, maybe to play the other one.
But then the uninformed.
I think playing it again. Sorry.
I'm sorry. So I think even with the uninformed questions or comments, we should be able to like have the conversation. So like just like you hit me in the head and said, we ain't built no goddamn railroads.
Yeah, Patty, but he talking about people who don't know they don't know what they talking about, and they just saying random shit. Like you can't do nothing with that. Respectfully, like you can't do nothing with that.
But I'm also saying, like, so we have a shared text. Like,
right.
When you did the first time, there was only 30, it was 40, 50 people or less, and now there's more. So it's only, just we can play one and talk about that.
Something else.
Go ahead and fast forward to Baldwin, y'all. So y'all go ahead and keep the conversation going. Let me go back to the recording, and then I'll go to Baldwin. I'll let y'all know when I'm ready.
Miso, something else you can do since you have a green bean is post a link to the transcript. Folks, for some reason, don't want to go and look for the thing. It's on the internet. There are tons of transcripts of this debate, so you can read along so that you can follow Baldwin's argument and have something to say.
I think that's a good idea, but I'm not going to post it. You can put it in the chat if you like, or someone else. But
I ain't doing it.
I think it would be a good exercise for many people to learn how to use a search engine and then click on the relevant one and find the text. So maybe that'd be a skill. So if people want the text, you could follow Hurricane's lead, because from what I can tell, many people here wouldn't know how to get the text from a search engine. So we will facilitate the refining or honing or acquisition of those skills of literacy.
Okay, so I found the transcripts. It also includes the video. I'm going to pin the link at the top. And those of y'all that are interested, go ahead and open it. I'm going to go ahead and fast forward through this. And I'll start playing it in the next minute. So that gives y'all time to at least click it, open it, and then... All right. Hopefully y'all have the transcripts open. I'm going to go ahead and play it. Y'all hear it, right? 'Cause I don't know if I came out of music mode.
Can't hear it.
Okay, let me go back. I'm out of music mode. All right, let me go back.
Tremendous enthusiasm from all sides of the House for Mr. Baldwin, who has been listening to the arguments. Now will bring the voice of actual experience to the debate.
Good evening. I find myself, not for the first time, in the position of a kind of Jeremiah. For example, I don't disagree with Mr. Burford that the inequality suffered by the American Negro population of the United States has hindered the American dream. Indeed, it has. I quarrel with some other things he has to say. The other deeper element of a certain awkwardness I feel has to do with one's point of view. I have to put it that way. One's sense, one's system of reality. It would seem to me that the proposition before the House, when I put it that way, is the American dream at the expense of the American Negro. All the American dream is at the expense of the American Negro. Is a question hideously loaded, and that one's response to that question, or one's reaction to that question, has to depend on the effect on where you find yourself in the world, what your sense of reality is, what your system of reality is. That is, it depends on assumptions which we hold so deeply as to be scarcely aware of them. A white South African, or a Mississippi sharecropper, or a Mississippi sheriff, or a Frenchman driven out of Algeria, all have at bottom a system of reality which compels them to, for example, in the case of the French exile from Algeria, to defend French reasons for having ruled Algeria. The Mississippi or the Alabama sheriff, who really does believe when he's facing a Negro boy or girl, that this woman, this man, this child, must be insane to attack the system to which he owes his entire identity. Of course, for such a person, the proposition of which we're trying to discuss here tonight does not exist. And on the other hand, I have to speak as one of the people who've been most attacked by what they must now here call the Western or the European system of reality. What white people in the world, the white supremacy, I hate to say it here, comes from Europe. That's how it got to America. Beneath them whatever one's reaction to this proposition has to be the question of whether or not civilizations can be considered as such equal, or whether one civilization has the right to overtake and subjugate and in fact to destroy another. Now what happens when that happens? Leaving aside all the physical facts which one can quote, leaving aside rape or murder, leaving aside the bloody catalog of oppression, which we are in one way too familiar with already, what this does to the subjugated, the most private, the most serious thing this does to the subjugated, is to destroy his sense of reality. It destroys, for example, his father's authority over him. His father can no longer tell him anything because the past has disappeared, and his father has no power in the world. This means, in the case of an American Negro, born in that glittering republic, and in the moment you are born, since you don't know any better, every stick and stone and every face is white, and since you have not yet seen a mirror, you suppose that you are too. It comes as a great shock around the age of 5 or 6 or 7 to discover the flag to which you have pledged allegiance, along with everybody else, has not pledged allegiance to you. It comes as a great shock to discover that Gary Cooper killing off the Indians when you were rooting for Gary Cooper, that the Indians were you. It comes as a great shock to discover that the country, which is your birthplace, and to which you owe your life and your identity, has not in its whole system of reality evolved any place for you. The disaffection, the demoralization, and the gap between one person and another, only on the basis of the color of their skins, begins there and accelerates throughout a whole lifetime. So that presently you realize you're 30 and are having a terrible time managing to trust your countrymen. By the time you were 30, you have been through a certain kind of mill. And the most serious effect of the mill you've been through is again not the catalog of disaster. The policemen, the taxi drivers, the waiters, the landlady, the landlord, the banks, the insurance companies, the millions of details, 24 hours of every day, which spell out to you that you are a worthless human being. It is not that. It is by that time you've begun to see it happening in your daughter or your son or your niece or your nephew. You are 30 by now, and nothing you have done has helped you to escape the trap. But what is worse than that is that nothing you have done, and as far as you can tell, nothing you can do, will save your son or your daughter from meeting the same disaster and not impossibly coming to the same end. Now, we're speaking about expense. I suppose there are several ways to address oneself to some attempt to define what that word means here. Let me put it this way. That from a very literal point of view, the harbors and the ports and the railroads of the country, the economy, especially of the southern states, could not conceivably be what it has become if they had not had, and do not still have indeed, and for so long, so many generations, cheap labor.
They're tracking us through the snow, taking our frozen meat, roasting it, and selling it to survivors for piles of gold.
I am stating very seriously, and this is not an overstatement, that I picked the cotton, and I carried the market, and I built the railroad under someone else's whip for nothing. nothing. The Southern oligarchy, which has until today so much power in Washington, and therefore some power in the world, was created by my labor and my sweat, and the violation of my women and the murder of my children. This, in the land of the free and the home of the brave. And no one can challenge that statement. It is a matter of historical record. In another way, this dream, and we'll get to the dream in a moment, is at the expense of the American Negro. You watch this in the Deep South in great relief, but not only in the Deep South. In the Deep South, you are dealing with a sheriff or a landlord or a landlady or the girl at the Western Union desk. And she doesn't know quite who she's dealing with, by which I mean that if you're not part of the town, and if you are a northern nigger, it shows in millions of ways. So she simply knows that it's an unknown quantity, and she wants to have nothing to do with it. So she won't talk to you. You have to wait for a while to get your telegram. Okay, we all know this. We've been through it. And by the time you get to be a man, it's very easy to deal with. But what is happening in the poor woman, the poor man's mind, is this. They've been raised to believe, and by now they helplessly believe, that no matter how terrible their lives may be, and their lives have been quite terrible, and no matter how far they fall, no matter what disaster overtakes them, they have one enormous knowledge and consolation, which is like a heavenly revelation. At least they are not black. Now I suggest that of all the terrible things that can happen to a human being, that is one of the worst. I suggest that what has happened to white Southerners is in some ways, after all, much worse than what has happened to Negroes there. Because Sheriff Clark in Selma, Alabama, cannot be considered, no one can be dismissed as a total monster. I'm sure he loves his wife, his children. I'm sure that, he likes to get drunk. He's, after all, one's got to assume, and he is visibly a man like me. But he doesn't know what drives him to use the club, to menace with the gun, and to use the cattle prod. Something awful must have happened to a human being to be able to put a cattle prod against a woman's breast, for example. What happens to the woman is ghastly. What happens to the man who does it is in some ways much, much worse. This is being done, after all, not 100 years ago, but in 1965, in a country which is blessed with what we call prosperity, a word we won't examine too closely, with a certain kind of social coherence, which calls itself a civilized nation and which espouses the notion of the freedom of the world. And it is perfectly true from the point of view now simply of an American Negro. Any American Negro watching this, no matter where he is, from the vantage point of Harlem, which is another terrible place, has to say to himself, in spite of what the government says we can't do anything about it. But those are white people being murdered in Mississippi work farms, being carried off to jail. Those are white children running up and down the streets. The government would find some way of doing something about it. We have a civil rights bill now. We had an amendment, the 15th Amendment, nearly 100 years ago. I hate to sound again like an Old Testament prophet, but if the amendment was not honored then, I don't have any reason to believe the civil rights bill will be honored now. And after all, one's been there since before, a lot of other people got there. If one has got to prove one's title to the land, isn't 400 years enough? 400 years, at least 3 wars. The American soil is full of the corpses of my ancestors. Why is my freedom or my citizenship or my right to live there? How is it concealed? Their question now. And I suggest further that in the same way, the moral life of Alabama sheriffs and poor Alabama ladies, white ladies, their moral lives have been destroyed by the plague called color, that the American sense of reality has been corrupted by it. At the risk of sounding excessive, what I always felt when I finally left the country, found myself abroad in other places, and watched Americans abroad. And these are my countrymen. And I do care about them. And even if I didn't, there is something between us. We have the same shorthand. I know. When I look at a girl or a boy from Tennessee, where they came from in Tennessee, and what that means. No Englishman knows that, no Frenchman, no one in the world knows that except another black man who comes from the same place. One watches these lonely people, denying the only kin they have. We talk about integration in America as though it was some great new conundrum. The problem in America is that we've been integrated for a very long time. Put me next to any African, and you will see what I mean. And my grandmother was not a rapist. What we are not facing.
I recently purchased the most popular glucose meter online and decided to test it with you. If you
is the results of what we've done. What one begs the American people to do for all our sakes is simply to accept our history. I was there not only as a slave, but also as a concubine. One knows the power, after all, which can be used against another person if you have absolute power over that person. It seemed to me when I watched Americans in Europe that what they didn't know about Europeans was what they didn't know about me. They weren't trying, for example, to be nasty to the French girl or rude to the French waiter. They didn't know they hurt their feelings. They didn't have any sense that this particular woman, this particular man, though they spoke another language and had different manners and ways, was a human being. And they walked over them with the same kind of bland ignorance, condescension, charming, cheerful, with which they'd always patted me on the head and called me shine, and were upset when I was upset. What is relevant about this is that whereas 40 years ago when I was born, the question of having to deal with what is unspoken by the subjugated, what is never said to the master, of having to deal with this reality was a very remote possibility. It was in no one's mind. When I was growing up, I was taught in American history books that Africa had no history, and neither did I. That I was a savage, about whom the less said the better, who had been saved by Europe and brought to America. And of course, I believed it. I didn't have much choice. Those were the only books there were. Everyone else seemed to agree. If you walk out of Harlem, ride out of Harlem, downtown, the world agrees. What you see is much bigger, cleaner, whiter, richer, safer than where you are. They collect the garbage. People obviously can pay their life insurance. The children look happy, safe. You're not. And you go back home. And it would seem then, of course, that it's an act of God, that this is true, that you belong where white people have put you. It is only since the Second World War that there's been a counter image in the world. And that image not come about through any legislation on the part of any American government, but through the fact that Africa was suddenly on the stage of the world, and Africans had to be dealt with in a way they'd never been dealt with before. This gave an American Negro for the first time a sense of himself beyond a savage or a clown. It has created and will create a great many conundrums. One of the great things that the white world does not know, but I think I do know, is that black people are just like everybody else. One has used the myth of Negro and the myth of color to pretend and to assume that you are dealing essentially with something exotic, bizarre, and practically, according to human laws, unknown. Alas, it is not true. We are also mercenaries, dictators, murderers, liars. We are human too. What is crucial here is that unless we can manage to establish some kind of dialogue between those people whom I pretend has paid for the American dream and those other people who have not achieved it, we will be in terrible trouble. I want to say at the end, the last, is that is what concerns me most. We are sitting in this room and we are all, at least we like to think we are, relatively civilized. And we can talk to each other at least on certain levels. So that we could walk out of here assuming that the measure of our enlightenment, or at least our politeness, has some effect on the world. It may not. I remember, for example, when the ex-Attorney General, Mr. Robert Kennedy, said that it was conceivable that in 40 years in America we might have a Negro president. And that sounded like a very emancipated statement, I suppose, to white people. They were not in Harlem when this statement was first heard, and did not hear, and possibly will never hear, the laughter and the bitterness and the scorn with which the statement was greeted. From the point of view of the man in the Harlem barbershop, Bobby Kennedy only got here yesterday. And now he's already on his way to the presidency. We've been here for 400 years, and now he tells us that maybe in 40 years, if you're good, we may let you become president. What is dangerous here is the turning away from anything any white American says. The reason for the political hesitation in spite of the Johnson landslide is the one that's been betrayed by American politicians for so long. And I'm a grown man, and perhaps I can be reasoned with. I certainly hope I can be. But I don't know, and neither does Martin Luther King, none of us know how to deal with those other people whom the white world has so long ignored, who don't believe anything the white world says, and don't entirely believe anything I or Martin say. And one can't blame them. You watch what has happened to them in less than 20 years. It seems to me that the city of New York, for example, this is my last point.
Nobody move! Cash, now! I should have run, but 6 days without sleep.
Because that Negroes in it for a very long time. If the city of New York were able, as it has indeed been able, in the last 15 years to reconstruct itself, tear down buildings and raise great new ones, downtown and for money, and has done nothing whatever except build housing projects in the ghetto for the Negroes. And of course the Negroes hate it. Presently the property does indeed deteriorate because the children cannot bear it. They want to get out of the ghetto. If the American pretensions were based on more solid, a more honest assessment of life and of themselves, it would not mean for Negroes, when someone says urban renewal, that Negroes suddenly going to be thrown out into the streets, which is what it does mean now. It's not an act of God. They're dealing with a society made and ruled by men. If the American Negro had not been present in America, I'm convinced that the history of the American labor movement would be much more edifying than it is. It is a terrible thing for an entire people to surrender to the notion that 1/9 of its population is beneath them. And until the moment comes when we, the Americans, we, the American people, are able to accept the fact that I have to accept, for example, that my ancestors are both white and black, that on that continent we are trying to forge a new identity for which we need each other, and that I am not a ward of America. I am not an object of missionary charity. I am one of the people who built the country. Until this moment, there is scarcely any hope for the American dream, because the people who are denied participation in it, by their very presence, will wreck it. And if that happens, it's a very grave moment for the West. Thank you.
Tremendously moving moment now. The whole of the Union standing and applauding this magnificent speech of James Baldwin. Never seen this happen before in the Union in all the years that I have known it. Baldwin is smiling, obviously delighted by his reception, tremendously moved by it.
I am now very grateful and very pleased to be able to call Mr. William F. Buckley, Jr. to speak forth to this motion.
Now we have Mr. William Buckley,
who will need all his skill to establish a sentence here for his audience, which has clearly been so deeply moved.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Eloquence and all personal experience, the preceding speaker.
Thank God. Mr. President, gentlemen. It seems to me that of all the indictments Mr. Baldwin has made of America, here tonight and in his
Patty, are we pausing this for a second first?
The one that is most striking
Okay. So, yeah, I guess one conception that Baldwin gives of the American dream is whatever was happening downtown versus uptown. That's a common metaphor of his, obviously being from Harlem. So whatever, when he talked about what was available downtown and how the people uptown made way for that, whatever that is, I think, one conception of the American dream. I think the one that's implied is a certain kind of intimacy based off shared history and knowledge between what was called the Negro and white people, which is all kind of interesting because that runs through Ralph Baldwin. He was a radical integrationist in many ways, but not integration at the get my people into a burning house. I don't even know Martin Luther King, but I have some fake quote that I got off TikTok called integrationist. I don't know why people continue to quote a thing from King and they have no evidence that King said that, but that's the internet. You can do what you want to do. Yeah, two things. We could do other things. Rodney has a really important point that nobody in here knew. James Baldwin, homosexual. That's dead breaking news. Rodney must have done some deep archival work to interview, find that out, because nobody in here knew James Baldwin was gay. So I'm glad Rodney came in with a fantastic point to build into the conversation. I will say that and people won't like me saying this, but that was a lot of rhetoric, which is fine. But I don't think, not that he had it the whole time, but I don't think that. Miss Lisa, did you want to go? Oh, I don't think that there was. I was not compelled by his affirmation of the motion, personally. Maybe others were, but now the part where he does "I build the earth," that's very effective. But yeah, I just opened it up. Yep.
They still don't have a solution, though. As the man was saying, what are we going to do about it?
Are you responding to the video we just listened to for an hour and a half? Okay, solution to what? Solution to what?
Well, it sounds like he was delivering a problem.
No, the question, they were debating whether or not the American dream is at the expense of the Negro. It was from the Cambridge Union in 1965. Did you listen to the debate?
The one you just played?
Yes, did you? Yes.
I got part of it, yes.
All right, go ahead. Keep going, sir. So what's the problem that he outlined that he needed a solution for?
Well, like he was saying, we have been used as commodity. We has been used as a lot of things, and like we say in nowadays, they have been on our neck for centuries, and they have become rich on us. But what is the solution?
What did you get from the debate that you just heard? What do you think Baldwin said? He offered several.
Okay, well, I think I said earlier I caught part of it. I didn't catch all of it, but I did catch part that I just spoke on. So could you enlighten me on the solutions that he gave?
Sure. One he gave when he was talking about, he didn't use the term decolonization movement, but he was talking about decolonization movements. And one he gave was the imagination, creation, and embodiment of a new understanding of the black man. So one always has to, that's why when we talk about law and policy with Baldwin, it doesn't, at least for me, it doesn't make sense, because he always is working at the sort of philosophical cultural level. So a whole new reimagining of what it means to be a black man or a black woman. So that was part of it, right? He said it was only recently where this new Negro, to use the term from before, so he's implicitly rejecting the 1920s new Negroes as well. This new Negro is forcing the world to look at us anew. And what they're saying is we're human in all of their complexity, that black people are not sort of flat stereotypes, but have full complexity. They're good, they're bad, they achieve truthfully and legally. They're also monsters, despots, and murderers, just like you are. So one solution for him was to see the full complexity of black humanity and not to flatten it into a kind of stereotype of a sexy red on the one hand or an Obama on the other hand. That is to say, a degraded hood rat on the one hand and a perfect Negro like Michelle Obama on the other hand. But to see the fullness of it all. So he's making a cultural claim. That was one, but there were others. Go ahead, dear. So Maya wants to know how reimagining the Negro as not a commodity, as not a beast of burden, as not a minstrel is a solution. Okay, I'll break it down. Okay, and Rodney says it's a talented 10th idea. Oh, man. This app is impossible.
That really misses the boat.
It's so dumb. To say that, to have the totality of the black humanity, how would that be talented? It would be the opposite of 10th. Totality would be 100. People are dumb, all right? I'm sorry. And my not understanding, seeing black people and their complexity and not as minstrels, beasts, crack whores, crackheads is not important to full inclusion and black people being treated like humans. I can't break that down. any other way. That seems very bizarre to me. That seems very bizarre that someone doesn't see how that solves lots of the problems, the perception of the Negro. But
Are you saying change
Maya's asking how we
mindset?
got there. It was he literally talked about one version of it in the God. Don't put my cash up. The video. It was literally, he literally said how to get one way to get there. Another way is Ultra. He wrote novels. He had Discord. Like, what? Do people think on it? I don't know, man. This is tough. I need to get paid for this. I can't do this. Y'all do your thing. We just listened to it 3 times. Literally 3 times.
Let me see if I can do the 45-second version.
Oh.
Hold on, one second. So, admit the historical truth, recognize the co-ownership of Black Americans in building America, invest in the transformation so Black Americans can live the American dream. That's my point summary.
Yeah, that's a good sketch. I mean, for Baldwin, it was all about truth telling. Now she's asking about the end goal. Of course, that's not an end goal. There's no end goal in life. The end goal will be heaven. Like, come on, bro. Come on, Maya. You're smarter than that. Did you listen to the debate? The end goal. What does that mean? Why do people think of society and sociological problems and ills and social facts and all the things that Joe B has one of several PhD? Why do they think about that in business terms, in like neoliberal corporate culture? I don't talk about humans. We're talking about somebody walking down the street and not being seen as a beast and shot down because it's a beast. We're talking about not hooking up people's brains and they see 8-year-old Black boys and they actually think they're 15. How have Black people navigated the world the last 25 years? Shit is insane. Heaven is the end goal. What? The end. Freedom is not, all Black people knew this, but okay. Freedom is not an end, it's a process. It must always be enacted and embodied. It's ongoing. It's literally life. The end goal is death. I don't know. Somebody should put their Cash App up and y'all owe me like $30,000. I'm sorry, at this point,
May
it's
I
like
say something?
$30,000 worth.
I know you're ranting, so.
Okay, well, you can rant now, dude.
No, I'm gonna rant. Let me see. So, listening to it again, something that I latched onto was Baldwin's acknowledgement that America has not created a place for the Negro. That isn't to say that the Negro doesn't occupy a position. It does, and it did then. But the position that the Negro occupied then, and still does, was illegitimate. And he believed that the American, by not legitimizing the Negro in every way that mattered, America had denied the Negro its rightful place. So I think one of the goals, something that needed correction in Baldwin's mind, was legitimacy of standing. And he talked about how you grow up as a Negro in America from childhood to adulthood, realizing with more clarity that your racial identity necessarily creates an entirely different reality for you. And that reality is very different from that of the racial majority. And I don't need to go into the specifics of it. People can imagine, but that was part of the American dream. The social illegitimacy that was foisted on Black people by external forces and the structures and so on. So I think for him, freedom would also include the social legitimacy that Black people had been denied. In addition, and to me, that would require a reimagination of who the Negro is, recognizing the Negro's full humanity, and not saying, oh, in order for us to give you a little respect, in order for us to give you just even a little access, you have to be this superhuman who's more educated than most people, who makes more money than most, who's more articulate than most, and so on. That social legitimacy should also be given to Black people who aren't like that, because, you know, we're human too. We run the gamut.
Totally agree. That's one of the main sort of primary principles of democratic politics, liberal politics, all small d, small l, is equal standing and therefore equal regard. And Baldwin was committed to that. That's very good. I totally agree with that. For people in the chat, if you have questions, just come on to the stage to ask the questions. We can't be typing disquisitions going forward. So if you all want to have a conversation with people, I guess you could talk in the chat amongst yourself. I'll speak for myself. I can't be responding. And I can't respond to the question, what does being a human, recognized as a human, change in a country where Black people were enslaved for 250 years? So, you came off mute. I'm pretty sure you don't mean to be up here. Hold on, let me move this. Let me change the thing, because this thing mutes you and unmutes you all the time. So yeah, if you don't know the history, if you don't know the basics of any history, and knowing the importance of being recognized as a human equal to all others, there's literally nothing I can type. I mean, you really should go back and really spend some time. I will go back to middle school.
Now, I'll answer the question. So what recognition as a human does is it means that there are certain negative stereotypes, certain things that you just won't assume about the person, and you put them on more of an equal playing field with yourself, which reduces a lot of the inequities and the challenges that you get. So that's the value of it.
It's also bizarre that if that's Debonair's picture, that a Black man would ask about being recognized as a human when there's probably no identity in America that is more dehumanized and treated accordingly than Black men. It's just bizarre. I mean, I don't know, Debonair, you can come up, sir. You think Black men in America are seen as a general matter as fully human, equal to others? I don't want to cry. No.
No, I don't agree with that either.
They shoot them down like they shoot people down. People shoot them down. People get shot down, shoot themselves down, beat each other. They're thrown to the dogs. They're labor distracted. But you think people are being, you don't see the value of, it's whatever. Just.
But what's more important is that person shouldn't worry about what other people think. We have to fix the problem within ourselves first.
No. What does that mean? What does that mean?
Well, what it means is they're saying they want to be looked at as a person, and they want to be respected. But everybody knows, and I don't know if y'all been oblivious to it, we don't even like each other. We don't even respect each other.
Who is each other?
Excuse me?
Who is each other?
Who am I talking about?
I don't know. You said bitch, not each other. I don't know who's the group.
You know what? I see you just want to act ignorant today. Bye.
Bye.
No, that was good, Mega. You got her to voluntarily leave.
Yeah, all you gotta do is ask. All you have to do is ask the simplest of questions. Now she's currently running into her medicine cabinet to get cotton balls because the rest of her brain is oozing out of her right ear. It's that simple. Because Baldwin never said it was white recognition, simply white recognition of blacks. It's others, it's self to other. That also includes us, whomever that was. I didn't know people just say stuff and then they get upset that they have to fix it. You know why? Because she can only speak in a script. They say the same thing every day on these conversations. And we can go back to the room. Yeah, I guess I was doing my shtick. And Infinity probably would say I was, or Concrete too, would say I was, by trying to get clarification, because I needed it, I was being mean. But see, the way they see they love to defend ignorance as opposed to excellence.
Nigga, my middle name is Excellence. Listen,
no, it's not.
We can be excellent. We can be excellent, and actually, it makes me anyway. We could be excellent and compassionate at the same time, brother. They're not mutually exclusive.
I simply asked her who was us. Did you hear the?
I didn't say anything about it.
Okay, that's fair. I shouldn't have put you in there. I apologize.
It's okay. I accept your apology.
I just want you to come off mute because we're so happy that you shaved your beard and we don't hear it crackling in our ears anymore. It's wonderful.
Patty, not too much. I see you laughing. Not too much, Pat. Made me jump on you.
Well, you did shave it, so we're very happy about that.
That is true.
We know we'll be there.
See you later.
But anyway, anybody can go.
So I'm looking at the transcripts, and he said, not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it's faced. Like, truth telling is the first step. Like, that's our recognition, right? Like, tell the truth. Like, tell it truth, and not just privately, but like, say it out loud publicly.
So let me respond to this Bree person in the chat who says, have a conversation without being condescending. And my response to her is, fuck off. How's that? And then she says, it doesn't cost nothing. It doesn't cost nothing to simply edify people. It actually costs a lot. And it's a lot of work required. And me or anybody else on here are not remunerated for it. Instead, we're disrespected daily, and it's annoying. So why don't you come up and show us to edify us, since you know this or other eras, and show us how to edify while being disrespected daily and not getting 1 cent. It costs a lot and takes a lot of time to learn to teach people. This is free. So we'll invite you up to do it. Of course you're not coming up because you don't know anything about James Baldwin, 1965 American history, or anything else. You want to sit here for free and learn from me like everybody else for free. So I'll tell you what, you cash at me, Bree, otherwise you're out of the room and blocked for life. You have nothing to, I'm tired of people giving other people tips on what to do when the people aren't being paid for it, and what they get paid for is disrespect. And it's always the people who are doing the quote labor who have the expectation. I'm almost done. Yeah, it's very easy. It's always the people who have the expectation to teach. They are also expected to submit, to be the nice one, etc., etc. Bree has no expectations for the dumb, rude people. Just me. So my payment, my remuneration It's condescension. This is how I get paid. Until I get cash, I'm going to be an asshole going forward in these conversations. I've received $0 off the app. Dami receives money simply for opening a room and recording another room and playing it. People cash out people like Dami money for playing a recording. But you want me to come up here and give free lectures on Baldwin. Why don't you go find a free lecture on Baldwin in the hallway, boo? You're out of here, and that's for life. Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back. No more, no more, no more, no more. And she's like, you don't care, and yet you've been in here for the last 2 hours, and that's why you're gone, because you don't want to be kicked out and blocked, and now I can't find you. Bye. Oh, there she go. Bye. Well, I'll invite you one more time. Come on up, boo-boo. People love the free stuff. Hours. People spend hours, days, and whole nights without a word from you. Be quiet, man. I'm speaking. Why are you interrupting me? I didn't interrupt you. You see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? I'm in the middle of speaking. People spend hours, days, nights learning stuff, synthesizing stuff, coming up with arguments, etc. Doing it for free while they're at work. But they're expected to post the audio, to explain the audio, to give book titles with no remuneration in sight. And then when people are rude, like this person's being, if I respond in kind, I'm the asshole. It's never the ignorant nigga who has the expectation to be couth, but instead it's the talented 10th who's doing the free work. Fuck that. If Dami, we love Dami, I'm not using Dami, can get cash apps, coffees, IHOP money for playing content in other rooms, I need money going forward. Otherwise, my pay will be condescension and being an asshole. And by the way, Evans, I'm not passive aggressive. That was very aggressive. You got a white lady telling me I'm passive aggressive. She's white. She was born with an extra chromosome. Number 18. It's called passive aggressive. White lady. I don't have that. 7 whole days. But I can't take it, won't take it no more. I had about enough of you. I'd rather be on my own. Shout out to Mrs. Birdman. What happened to that boy? Go ahead, man. You wanted to speak? Do you think, brother?
Yeah, thank you. I came in the middle of something. I don't know. But I came in because I saw the title and everything, and the dream of the American being on at the expense of black people. I don't think it was at the expense of black people. I think it was, and I think it still is, made for everybody, black people being included. Black people played their part in building it, forcibly. Maybe it wouldn't have got done had it not been done that way. But now black people have the opportunity to be a part of it and actually, get the resources that they helped to create. So, yeah, I think they paved the way for us, me being one of the us.
Wait, who paved the way for us?
Black people. Black people did. The slaves. Everybody played their part. I think everybody played their part. They might not like their part, but they played their part.
That's fair. Have you heard the Baldwin? So people just coming in, the title is in response. We just listened to the 1965 debate between James Baldwin and William F. Buckley.
Okay.
So that's where it comes from. So Matar coming in saying titles preposterous as per usual. Chat warrior comes in, just says stuff, doesn't know the context. But I appreciate your submission, man. It's all good.
Who do you agree with, James Baldwin or what?
Oh, in that debate, I agreed more with Baldwin than Buckley. Although I thought Buckley had some good barbs. But overall, especially in the 1960s, you know, the 100 years since emancipation, so that's perfectly 100 years. The debate was 1965. Emancipation was 1865. I would definitely say Jim Crow segregation allowed for the American dream to be perpetuated on the backs of the Negro. Absolutely. Look at this person. This woman is calling me a lint licker and telling me to read Souls of Black Folk, W.B. Du Bois, you mean collection of essays from 1903, which came from what? A bunch of essays he had written earlier, mainly published in the Atlantic, that first came out in Dow Press in 1903, which begins with what? The Faith of the Fathers, but of course there's the overture where he lays out double conscience, and it ends on this very famous essay on what? The spirituals, and of course has the personal eulogy of the son of the passing of the firstborn, also includes a short story on the coming of John. You mean that one? Or the third chapter of Book of Mr. Washington, and his and saying, ma'am, I'm not the one to come for on this intellectual tip on the app.
You just Googled that, sir.
You're right. I Googled all that. It came out. You're right. That's exactly came out. You're right. Ma'am, I'm not the one to come for. Your mother is the mother of a crackhead. Get off the crack. Otherwise, we can send you to a crack home where you belong. This is not a microaggression. This is a macro. You're a crackhead who gives hand jobs for $10 vials of crack.
Damn, $10.
I may act like a white bitch. My home suggests I'm white as well. That's why you're in a one-bedroom cold water efficiency by yourself when your best friend is your Rose. He's also your boyfriend. I'm not the one to come for.
Y'all know each other or something? Like, what's going on?
No, what it is you have people in the chat who expect me, who is giving out free information, to be nice to people who are disrespectful. And it's tiring because I'm not paid for it. If I was paid for it, I'd be different.
Why do they mute me every time?
I don't know who's media. So if I was paid for it, it'd be a different thing. And all we have on here is words. But people like Britt don't have the words. Words. Hamlet's great line to Polonius when Polonius asks him what the book he's reading. The great Hamlet says, words. I got the words. I got the bars. I could speak the speech as I pray you trippingly on the tongue. I'm one of these black people that actually is into the rap, the hip hop, the poetry of all sorts. Yeah, I can eat up most, pause. But Bree expects me to teach for free. Here she goes. It don't cost nothing to simply edify. First of all, she's trying to sound more intelligent than she is by using edify, which is semantically, that's not how we use it, and also pragmatically and linguistically on the one hand. And then she had to mix in what? Her ebonics. Why don't you come up here and spend your time, I'm at work, for free while being disrespected by dummies every day? So this is my payment, condescension. Take it or leave it. Just like your payment is $10 when you give them a hand job so you can go behind the 7-Eleven and get what? A Slurpee, a pack of Rolos, and a $5 vial of crack.
Question. You talked about
fucking corny if you have the ability
Hey,
to
Candy, I was talking. Let me get my thing out, please. Thank you.
Yeah. And I cared about as much as he cared about the fucking audience. All right.
Candy, I'm being nice.
It's a fucking freestyle since you're rude.
Candy, I'm being nice. I don't have to be nice.
I guess she want to get dragged too. She's another crackhead.
I was on this motherfucker actually being extremely.
You was on this motherfucker sucking dick on PTRs for $10 to get
November
crack.
17th of 2021.
And you've been slurping the crack pipe ever
celebrity
since.
artist. You might want to pipe.
I don't give a fuck. Who are you?
With your goddamn stupid ass MAGA ass psyop that you're trying to run on the fucking goddamn people on Clubhouse.
A sonic Clubhouse.
Psychologically abusing them about their station in life and shit like that. Wouldn't let the lady fucking talk and everything.
What lady?
She didn't say nothing wrong when she said that we be against ourselves. You're clearly an example of that.
I asked her
that
who
young
was
woman that was on the
ourselves.
stage. Bitch ass motherfucking nigga.
Yeah. I asked
Your mama's
her.
a hoe.
I asked her. She is, to be fair. I asked her who was us. That was my question. Because we were talking about what Baldwin said, dummy.
I'm not a weirdo. Go to my Instagram or something.
That's very easy. We're not doing shameless self-promotions in here. It may be a manic Monday. You may wish it were Sunday, but nobody wants to see your whack-ass Instagram with your badass music that somehow is out of tune, even though it's auto-tuned, and you're playing an electric keyboard. Nobody wants to hear that shit. Take your 200 view, 13 follower Instagram new music post neo soul bad sounding warble elsewhere. Nobody wants to hear that shit. Who's next?
I was gonna ask you a question.
Hurricane. Jump on Hurricane. Boss.
He would never jump on me. He's straight. Thank you. You're straight today, aren't you, Misa? I think so.
Yes, on Monday, correct. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So you were talking about how difficult it is to teach these things and how synthesis takes work. Do you mind sharing just a little bit about how long synthesizing some of these ideas can take?
I mean, in some instances, a lifetime. I mean, it's very difficult. Takes a lot of thinking and reading and discussion. You just can't hear a thing and pick it up, especially when you're trying to understand it in the totality of, say, an intellectual history or a thinker's, whatever. So that's where we are. I'll invite up Corn. Everybody wants to give me a review. So bring our brother Corn or sister Corn. Can't find it. I mean, look at Bree. Raw chicken cutlet bitch ass. I eat niggas like you when I'm bored. That's your comeback. Raw chicken cutlet bitch ass. I eat raw chicken cutlet. That's what you got? Nigga probably fuck Asian women and watch Asian anime. No shade to the Asian girlies. That's the best they got. I mean, that's it. Chicken cutlets and fucking Asian girls. Earlier you said I was gay. You said earlier. Oh, bitch, you smell like unseasoned chicken. These are her great comeback. DL ass bi. She didn't even spell bi right. There's an E at the end of bi. Dummy. This is what men do before they go watch gay porn. So she's racist against Asians and she's a homophobe. She's a homophobe. She thought an insult was to say you fuck Asian women and watch anime and then say no shade to the Asian girlies. But she says that I should go follow Baldwin's example. Baldwin drags people all the time. She doesn't know anything about James Baldwin. Did you say our favorite writer was James Baldwin? Watch this. What's your favorite? Watch this. Give us your 3 favorite writings by James Baldwin. I bet you she can't come up with 3, but it's our favorite writer. Watch this. I just wanted to derail your session, bitch, just for disrespecting an older black woman. How did I disrespect a woman by asking her who was us in her question? So now, this is how dumb Bree is. Asking for clarification is disrespecting somebody. You people are... But swear you're... Bree is the Amanda Seals of Clubhouse. That's who she is. That's how dumb she is. She's the Amanda Seals of Clubhouse. She said that Baldwin's her favorite writer, but uses gayness as a joke. So this is someone that says Baldwin's her favorite writer, but uses homophobia to insult people. That's how dumb she is. How can Baldwin be your favorite writer if you're a homophobe? dummy.
Well, you know, Meg actually had races on X, call me the N-word a bunch of times, and then he took a picture on his bookshelf, and it was like Hitler's book in the center. But right next to it was 50 cents, 50 rules, laws of power. Oh, it could happen.
Okay, are we ready to pay Buckley?
Okay.
Let me go to Buckley. Oh, let me fast forward. Give me a second. All right. Make sure I'm still on mute.
Who will need all his skill to establish ascendancy over his audience, which has clearly been so completely.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Eloquence and personal experience the preceding speaker.
Take God. Perfect. Gentlemen. It seems to me that of all the indictments Mr. Baldwin has made of America, here tonight and in his copious literature protest, the one that is most striking involves, in effect, the refusal of the American community to treat him other than as a Negro. The American community has refused to do this. The American community, almost everywhere he goes, treats him with the kind of unction, the kind of satisfaction at posturing carefully for his flagellations of our civilization, that indeed, quite properly, commands the contempt which he so eloquently showers upon us. It is impossible, in my judgment, to deal with the indictment of Mr. Baldwin unless one is prepared to deal with him as a white man. Unless one is prepared to say to him, the fact that your skin is black is utterly irrelevant to the arguments that you raise. The fact that you sit here, as is your rhetorical device, and lay the entire weight of the Negro ordeal on your own shoulders is irrelevant to the argument that we are here to discuss. The gravamen of Mr. Baldwin's charges against America are not so much that our civilization has failed him and his people, that our ideals are insufficient, but that we have no ideals. That our ideals rather are some sort of a superficial coating which we come up with at any given moment in order to justify whatever commercial and noxious experiment we are engaged in. Thus, Mr. Baldwin can write his book, The Fire Next Time, in which he threatens America. He didn't, in writing that book, speak with the British accents that he used exclusively tonight, in which he threatened America with the necessity for us to jettison our entire civilization. The only thing that the white man has that the Negro should want, he said, is power. And he's treated from coast to coast in the United States with a kind of doesn't choose to give way. The interruption he has done. Interrupted now said now goes beyond anything that was ever expected from the most servile Negro creature by a Southern family. I propose to pay him the honor this night, saying to him, Mr. Baldwin, I am going to speak to you without any reference whatever to those surrounding protections which you are used to in virtue of the fact that you are a Negro. And here we need to ask the question, what in fact shall we do about it, Mr. President? What shall we in America try to do, for instance, to eliminate those psychic humiliations which I join Mr. Baldwin in believing are the very worst aspects of this discrimination. You found it a source of considerable mirth to laugh away the statistics of my colleague, Mr. Murphy. I don't think they are insignificant. They are certainly not insignificant in a world which attaches a considerable importance to material progress. It is, in fact, the case that 7/10 of the white income of the United States is equal to the income that is made by the average Negro. I don't think this is an irrelevant statistic, ladies and gentlemen. It takes a capitalization of $15,000, $16,000, $17,000 per job in the United States. This is a capitalization that was not created exclusively as a result of Negro travail. My great-grandparents worked too. Presumably yours worked also. I don't know of anything that has ever been created without the expense of something. All of you who hope for a diploma here are going to do that at the expense of a considerable amount of effort. And I would thank you, please not to belie the fact that a considerable amount of effort went into the production of a system which grants a greater degree of material well-being to the American Negro than that is enjoyed by 95% of the other peoples of the human race. But even so, to the extent that your withering laughter suggested here that you found this a contemptible observation, I agree. I don't think it matters that there are 35 millionaires among the Negro community. If there were 20 million millionaires among the Negro community of the United States, I would still agree with you that we have a dastardly situation. But I'm asking you not to make politics as the crow flies, to use the fleeted phrase of Professor Oakeshott, but rather to consider what in fact is it that we Americans ought to do. What are your instructions that I'm to take back to the United States, my friend? I want to know what it is that we should do, and especially I want to know whether it is time, in fact, to abandon the American dream as it has been defined by Mr. Haycock, Mr. Burford. What, in fact, is it we ought to do, for instance, to avoid two humiliations mentioned by Mr. Baldwin as being a part of his own experience during his lifetime. At the age of 12, you will find on reading his book, he trespassed outside the ghetto of Harlem and was taken by the scruff of the neck by a policeman on 42nd Street and Madison Avenue and said, "Here, you nigger, go back to where you belong." 15, 20 years later, he goes in and asks for a Scotch whiskey at the airport at Chicago and is told by the white woman that he's obviously underage and under the circumstances cannot be served. I know from your faces that you share with me the feeling of compassion and the feeling of outrage that this kind of thing should have happened. What, in fact, are we going to do to this policeman? And what, in fact, are we going to do to this bomb? And how are we going to avoid the kind of humiliations that are perpetually visited on members of a minority race? Obviously, the first element is concern. We've got to care that it happens. We have got to do what we can to change the warp and woof of moral thought in society in such fashion as to try to make it happen less and less. Let me urge this point to you, which I can do with authority, my friends, the only thing that I can tonight, and that is to tell you that in the United States, there is a concern for the Negro problem. Now, if you get up to me and say,
I recently purchased the most popular glucose meter online and decided to test it with you. If you
get up to me and say, well, now, is it a concern that we students of Cambridge would show if the father own? All I can say is I don't know. It may very well be that in some sort of a sunburst of moral enlightenment that has hit this community, so as to make it predictable that if you were the governors of the United States, the situation would change overnight. I'm prepared to grant this as a form of courtesy, Mr. President. But meanwhile, I'm saying to you that the engines of concern in the United States are working. The presence of Mr. Baldwin here tonight is in part a reflection of that concern. You cannot go to a university in the United States, a university in the United States presumably also governed by the Lord spiritual as you are, in which Baldwin is not the toast of the town. You cannot go to a university of the United States in which practically all other problems of public policy are preempted by the primary policy of concern for the Negro. I challenge you to name me another civilization, anytime, anywhere in the history of in which the problems of a minority, which have been showing considerable material and political advancement, is as much a subject of dramatic concern as it is in the United States. Let me just say finally, ladies and gentlemen, this. There is no instant cure for the race problem in America. And anybody who tells you that there is a charlatan and ultimately a boring man. Boring precisely because he is then speaking in the kind of abstractions that do not relate to the human experience. The trouble in America where the Negro community is concerned is a very complicated one. I urge those of you who have an actual rather than a purely ideologized interest in the problem to read the book Beyond the Melting Pot by Professor Glaser, also co-author of The Lonely Crowd, a prominent Jewish intellectual, who points to the fact that the situation in America where the Negroes are concerned is extremely complex as a result of an unfortunate conjunction of two factors. One is the dreadful efforts to perpetuate discrimination by many individual American citizens as a result of their lack of that final and ultimate concern which some people are truly trying to agitate the other. Is as a result of the failure of the Negro community itself to make certain exertions which were made by other minority groups during the American experience. If you can stand a statistic not of my own making, let me give you one which Professor Glaser considers as relevant. He says, for instance, in 1900, there were 3,500 Negro doctors in America. In 1960, there were 3,900, an increase in 400. Is this because there were no opportunities, as has been suggested by Mr. Haycock and also by Mr. Baldwin implicitly? No, says Professor Glaser. There are a great many medical schools who are by no means practice discrimination, who are anxious to receive and to train Negro doctors. There are scholarships available to put them through, but in fact that particular energy, which he remarks was so noticeable in the Jewish community and to a certain and lesser extent in the Italian-Irish community, for some reason is not there. We should focus on the necessity to animate this particular energy, but he comes to the conclusion, which strikes me as plausible, that the people who can best do it, who can do it most effectively, are Negroes themselves. Let me conclude by reminding you, ladies and gentlemen, that where the Negro is concerned, the danger, as far as I can see at this moment, is that they will seek to reach out for some sort of radical solutions on the basis of which the true problem is obscured. They have done a great deal to focus on the fact of white discrimination against Negroes. They have done a great deal to agitate a moral concern, but where, in fact, do they go now? They seem to be slipping, if you read carefully, for instance, the words of Mr. Bayard Rustin, towards some sort of a Procrustean formulation which ends up less urging the advancement of the Negro than the regression of the white people. 14 times as many people in New York City born of Negroes are illegitimate as of whites. This is a problem. How shall we address it? By seeking out laws that encourage illegitimacy in white people? This, unfortunately, tends to be the rhetorical momentum that some of their arguments are taking.
One thing you might do, Mr. Buckley, is let them vote Mississippi.
I couldn't agree with you more and for... except, lest I appear too ingratiating, which is hardly my objective here tonight, I think actually what is wrong in Mississippi, sir, is not that not enough Negroes are voting, but that too many white people are voting. Booker T. Washington said that the important thing where Negroes are concerned is not that they hold public office, but that they be prepared to hold public office. Not that they vote, but that they be prepared to vote. What are we going to do with the Negroes, having taught the Negroes in Mississippi to despise Barnett, Ross Barnett? Shall we then teach them to emulate their cousins in Harlem and adore Adam Clayton Powell Jr.? It is much more complicated, sir, than simply the question of giving them the vote. If I were myself a constituent of the community of Mississippi at this moment, what I would do is vote to lift the standards of the vote so as to disqualify 65% of the white people who are presently voting. Not simply to give them... I say then that what we need is a considerable amount of practice that acknowledges that there are two sets of difficulties. The difficulties of the white person who acts as white people and brown people and black people do all over the world to protect their own vested interests, who have, as all of the races in the entire world have, and suffer from a kind of a racial narcissism which tends always to convert every contingency into such a way as to maximize their own power. That, yes, we must do, but we must also reach through to the Negro people and tell them that their best chances are in a mobile society. And the most mobile society in the world today, my friends, is the United States of America. The most mobile society in the United States, in the world, is the United States of America, and it is precisely that mobility which will give opportunities to the Negroes, which they must be encouraged to take. But they must not, in the course of their ordeal, be encouraged to adopt the kind of cynicism, the kind of despair, the iconoclasm that is urged upon them by Mr. Baldwin in his recent works. Because of one thing I can tell you, I believe with absolute authority, that where the United States is concerned, if it ever becomes a confrontation between a continuation of our own sort of idealism, the private stock of which, granted, like most people in the world, we tend to lavish only now and then on public enterprises, reserving it so often for our own irritants and pleasures. But the fundamental friend of the Negro people in the United States is the good nature, and is the generosity, and is the good wishes, is the decency, the fundamental decency that do lie at the reserves of the spirit of the American people. These must not be laughed at, and under no circumstances must they be laughed at, and under no circumstances must America be addressed and told that the only alternative to the status quo is to overthrow that civilization which we consider to be the faith of our fathers, the faith indeed of your fathers. This is what must animate whatever meliorism must come, because if it does finally come to a confrontation, a radical confrontation between giving up what we understand to be the best features of the American way of life, which at that level is indistinguishable, so far as I can see, from the European way of life, then we will fight the issue. And we will fight the issue not only in the Cambridge Union, but we will fight it as you were once recently called to do, on beaches and on hills and on mountains and on landing grounds. And we will be convinced that just as you won the war against a particular threat to civilization, you were nevertheless waging a war in favor of and for the benefit of Germans, your own enemies, just as we are convinced that if it should ever come to that kind of a confrontation, our own determination to win the struggle will be a determination to wage a war not only for whites, but also for Negroes.
Will the tellers take their places, please?
That was Buckley's response. Many people, Nathan, 24 others, seem to have a lot to say about it. So why don't you guys start off? Mister, anybody want to come up and speak to it, or just going to sit in silence and do the chat? What's going on?
Well, my break's about to be over. I will say this: I don't like how he started out. Talking about he only uses an English accent. James Baldwin did not put on an English accent. The man spoke eloquently, and so he had to resort to a cheap jab at the top of his rebuttal.
Devon, you're joking, right? Devon, you're joking.
You're telling me that Baldwin put on an English? I didn't hear Baldwin's part. I came in for this part.
You think that's how you thought that was James Baldwin and the Negro when he sees that walking down the street and the little boy in Harlem in a bus ride at the barbershop? Or when I was in St. Paul,
That's not an English accent.
Well, no, it's a fake British. It's the transatlantic, mid-Atlantic. It's the same fake accent that Buckley was putting on.
Buckley put it on too.
You honestly think that's how a boy who was born and raised in Harlem in the 1920s and 30s during the Great Depression, who comes out of the Pentecostal church, really, I said I was finishing another country, and I decided to go to Baldwin from St. Paul de Vaux. But you've heard Baldwin before. You think that's how Baldwin really talked?
Whenever he spoke, I don't know of a transatlantic accent. I don't know. I just thought.
But you're from New York. What New Yorker? You're from New York. What New Yorker, old or young, have you ever heard talk like James Baldwin?
Never. Never.
But he actually was less talking about the sound. He was talking less about the sound of the voice. He was actually talking more about. Remember, Buckley talked about the. He talked more about the sort of tone and rhetoric from the Fire Next Time, which Baldwin had just published about 18 months before. And it was incredibly militant, especially that second part of Fire Next Time when he's talking about his meetings with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Remember, in that he goes and meets them in Chicago and stuff and talks about the black Muslims. And it was very militant. And part of what Buckley was getting at was, depending on Baldwin's audience, he would change the tone and tenor of how he spoke about the race problem. That's what he was getting at. Because if you read the Baldwin of 1963, The Fire Next Time, and the Baldwin you hear here, it's a lot different. But yeah, Baldwin performed. I mean, Baldwin was one of the great performers of American life. He changed his accent, changed how he sat. Yeah, Baldwin was putting on all kinds of... I know a Negro from New York and Harlem, born in 1924. And as I was finishing Giovanni's Room, I was talking to Gore Vidal, and of course, Truman Capote came over, and you had a very contentious relationship because he was literary noir. That's not how black people talk. But yeah, Nathan, Nathan says I chat GPT, so yeah, Nathan, I definitely chat GPT all of that. I just go to chat GPT, Nathan, and type it in and then read it real fast. But anybody else on the Buckley thing, I'll stop talking. I'll stop this moment.
Buckley was a piece of shit, from my viewpoint. So, excuse my French, but
what made him a piece of shit?
During that time frame in the 1950s and during that era, to not to see how white supremacy literally had Jim Crow laws during that time period that oppressed black people was insane to me. To say, hey, as a black person, you could just go right up to a bank and just, they're like, oh, okay, come on in, we're going to get you a job here. Like, it's insane that he had these type of beliefs, to raise the impacts of Jim Crow currently, afterwards.
When did he say that? Well, we're having a hard time here. You're a little muffled. You're a little muffled. Can you?
Yeah, so he didn't really. I was just looking up the history about Buckley and things like that. Things he said, maybe not in that debate, but what he believed was the despicable things, and he actually benefited from it, from Southern white donors and things like that. Like, he financially benefited from being against the movement.
Right, but from the debate we just heard, did you want to respond to his rebuttal, or?
I think he was not taking it as seriously. He also stated that the danger of our environment, which was completely false. We don't really have a history of that type of element in the country, especially during that time period. Well, a little bit of it, but he was making not taking it seriously is what I'm saying.
But which element did you say we didn't have a history of what?
We don't have Black Americans. We don't have a history of that type of element of violence that he was trying to say, a danger of we becoming in government. He stated it's dangerous. He made that statement.
So the debate was in 1965. You don't think there was a rise of black militant groups and militancy that white people were nervous about? Are you familiar with the Nation of Islam? Any chance?
Yeah, the Nation of Islam, the Black Panther movement, but
the Black Panthers hadn't started yet.
Okay, well, yeah. So, but those groups were in government; they weren't running for it. So he was just stating the fact that overall, that is a danger. I'm not saying that everybody was not in the
Did you say the Nation of Islam was in government? Wait, it's hard to follow you.
No, I'm saying they was not in government. That's my point. So the danger, he wasn't just talking about the Nation of Islam people. He was talking about black people in general. It was a danger, which that wasn't correct.
So from the perspective of regular white people in the mid-1960s, given protests, given the rise of some militant groups or seemingly militant groups, remember the Nation of Islam had been on the national radar for a long time. The hate that hate produced was, I think, the late 50s. Other kinds of groups. You're suggesting that it didn't make sense, or he was being disingenuous about Black Americans. Was it Deacons of Defense, whatever, about them turning to violence, like the fear of that? It's having a hard time. Yes, I think most white people by 1965 knew about the Nation of Islam since they'd been covered in the national press. And Malcolm X, yes, to Mr. Yes, Malcolm X was all over the television in the early 1960s. Mike Wallace's Hate That Hate produced, I think, was 1959, maybe. Yes, they were in Reader's Digest. Alex Haley was writing about the Nation of Islam in like Reader's Digest in the 50s, early 60s. Yeah, absolutely. They knew about them. They were all over the television. Okay.
Do you agree with it, with the statement?
Well, no, I don't agree. It's not a matter of whether I agree. I understand why he would say it rhetorically. Like, it makes total sense to maybe even overinflate, but to talk about how these Negroes are becoming disobedient. I mean, from their perspective, the sit-ins are violent. So the kinds of things that King would describe as nonviolent disobedience, civil disobedience, from their perspective, they see as violent because it disrupts commerce, it disrupts sort of the social interaction in everyday life. So yeah, I understand why we now talk about these things as nonviolent, but that's not how they were talked about. And in fact, there's a new book, doing it again. No, I just said I wouldn't do it. But there's a new history of the civil rights movement and its relationship to police violence in particular, and how Black people fought against police violence. And the whole premise of the book was, I haven't read it yet, but I heard a long interview with the historian, two of them actually, where he talked about, think about like Black Lives Matter movement as a major movement on police brutality. But he actually shows that various, for instance, armed and unarmed, political and civil forms of resistance against police brutality was one of the organizing strains or principles of the civil rights. So yeah, I could totally see how they would. I'll get the name of the top book and put it in. It's not coming German now. I'll get it from I'll Google and put it in. But yeah, I could totally see how they thought it was violent. Bunch of Negroes coming to a Woolworths on a lovely Friday afternoon. Some white mom is with her daughter, and they're sitting at the counter. And then all of a sudden, a bunch of toughs come in and start throwing food at them and stuff. Yeah, they thought that was violent. We talk about it now as nonviolence because that's how King and Moses and Farmer and all of them conceptualized it. But from the white perspective, they definitely thought it was violent. I'll get the name of the book. I mentioned this before.
Nathan didn't take the debate seriously. I don't understand.
I'm sorry?
Nathan said Baldwin went in and he didn't even take the debate seriously.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about Baldwin. I wasn't talking about Baldwin. Yeah.
Oh.
Can you pronounce his surname again?
What I'm saying is, yeah, he wasn't. Buckley wasn't. I couldn't hear you. Who was talking?
Oh, I just wanted to hear you pronounce James's surname again.
Yeah, I was saying about Buckley. I'm not trying to play games, but yeah, I don't think that he was talking about this. He didn't mention the serious impacts of white supremacy, of Jim Crow laws.
He could not.
You know, that's what I'm saying. Not Baldwin.
Then he would have looked empathetic.
Wait, what's the argument or the claim? I'm sorry. That who didn't take it seriously?
Nathan said that he didn't take the argument seriously. I don't know what's going on.
Buckley was making like zingers, and granted, when he's talking about the issue of the Black Americans and what they was going through, he made it seem like it was a simple matter of just, what they always say, pick yourself up by your bootstraps and you're going to be all right type of argument. That's really, like I said before, during that time period, you would have to be really cynical to believe that.
To believe what? You'd have to be really cynical to believe what? What's the antecedent to that? Or you said it, I just didn't understand it. You have to be really cynical to believe. I mean, look, Buckley did what conservatives have always done. They find an area of any kind of progress. Nathan, you do this. I mean, I don't know why you're so appalled by Buckley. Buckley leads to Pat Buchanan, which leads to Trump, which is precisely who you support, which is ironic in this conversation. But let me just continue. They take any modicum of progress, and then they say, see, it's progress, so it can't be getting worse. And he used the example of the doctors. He said from this period to this period, there are more doctors, Black doctors. So therefore, the American dream must be pocket these doctors. This is what your MAGA conservatives say today.
Ain't that what they say about Obama too?
You've got rich Black people. You've got people at the highest levels of academia, the highest levels of business, whatever. That can't possibly be racism.
This is the same argument from Glenn Lowry, which is this, John McWhorter. I mean, I don't think it's just MAGA's sort of the general conservative milieu of talking about the American project to say, of course, it's better today than it was in 1965. Of course, it's better in 1965 than it was in 1865, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's the sort of like through line of conservatism in, our sort of contemporary world. Did anybody talk about Marion protests and the fact that Brother Malcolm is murdered, I think 4 days later?
We talked about that. We talked about that before, but we didn't talk about the Marion protests. If you want to break that down, for sure you can.
I just think it's interesting the way in which Baldwin approaches the conversation, not knowing what's going to happen a few days later, but also in the understanding the context by what happens in Marion, which is sort of the antecedent, to use the word that was just used, to the March from Selma, or the Edmund Pettus Bridge for voting rights. Marion, there were protests that break out of demonstration with state troopers who violently attack marchers. And it results in the shooting of I think his name was Jimmy Jackson, who was trying to just protect the person he was with. I think it was an older elderly lady. I'm not sure if it was a family member or not, but he was trying to protect them. And then this is the sort of event that leads to Bloody Sunday, and we all know about Bloody Sunday because of the living witness of John Lewis. But this happens, I think around the same time as the debate that's happening. So I don't know if it's the same day or I can't remember. I don't know what the date. I haven't looked up the date of the debate, but I think it was somewhere around February 15th or 17th.
The same day, Mama.
Okay, yeah. So obviously all of these things are happening around, and so the fact that Baldwin may not know, because obviously there's a 6-hour time difference between what's going on in Mississippi and Alabama. I don't even know why I brought up Mississippi, but in Alabama, but he doesn't know. And so the fact that he structures the debate the way in which he structures it, I think is interesting and maybe even prophetic. And I would say that in many ways, the work of Baldwin is one of prophecy, even though
he does not, he moves away and rejects the religiosity in which he was brought up in. He ends up embracing it in his very work. The work that he does, the writing that he does, maybe even beginning with Fire Next Time, even though I think Go Tell It on the Mountain is also one in which is a prophecy. But he prophesizes in this debate and identifying the dehumanization is at the heart of what's happening in the civil rights movement, the sicking of the dogs, et cetera, all those things. He's calling it out, but in the same way, in the same vein, he's also has this call for consciousness that I think Buckley just ignores. He ignores it because it doesn't fit the narrative of conservatism at that time, or it's not even conservatism, to be fair. It's just whiteness. The role of the sort of the dominant class at the time simply wants to turn, the majority, right? They simply want to turn a blind eye to what's happening to Black people in the South in particular. And so I think the fact that Baldwin is able to project what the arguments might be in a moment that for him may seem like, there's no one's going to be killed in Alabama. Malcolm X is not going to be murdered. Right, he already is setting up the argument for why these things happen, and why the American dream is not necessarily deferred, but outright denied. So I think Buckley, just like most Americans at that time, or I don't want to say most because that's too absolute, but like a lot of Americans at that time simply want to say, well, it's not slavery, and so of course it's better.
One of the things that Buckley was, hold on one second. Hold on one second. One of the things that he was so good at was and Baldwin too, actually both of them. You kind of know them for this. Debate, but they really understood and embraced the importance of discourse. And one way in which Buckley wins, because even though Baldwin won the debate either by our estimation or by the estimation of those in attendance, he may have won that small battle, but Buckley definitely won the war. And that's because he built institutions. And I think the lessons that the Baldwinians could learn is the institution building part. So this is where, like, having bars and dragging, I'm going to use the person's name, but I call it a particular kind of politics, makes you feel, oh yeah, Baldwin won. Yeah, he won that thing we're watching on YouTube. But Baldwin had nothing like National Review. Baldwin did not reset the faculty climate at Yale, and by extension, Northeast Corridor higher institutions of learning. He did not have firing line where he was able to moderate, equivocate, and undercut progressive thought who came through there at all times. That's one of the great things to learn from that side. Just dragging people. And I think part of this is going to sound a little harsh, and I'll leave it here. Part of Baldwin's appeal to a lot of people today is he models a kind of discursive drag, no pun intended, without any institutional or formal political construction or formation as part of it. So people love Baldwin, young people love him online because you can do your Baldwin thing and then not go to your local town council and not have mutual relief or whatever the leftists want to do. Buckley did all that. Don Burt Society, National Review, stuff with Goldwater, got part of the party, had a TV show, had a radio show, most important conservative magazine in the history of the country. Except the New York Times, which of course is the most important conservative journalist in the country, but y'all want to talk about being conservative. Anyway, I'm done.
But his family had influence. Didn't he come from like some family, some oil family, some type of shit?
I mean, ish. But Baldwin was the toast of the town.
Yeah, but
everybody loved him.
From poverty. He came from freaking Harlem.
What is it?
That was gross.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he couldn't have started a journal.
I think Baldwin was dealing with too many mental. I'm gonna be fair. To be fair, I think Baldwin, over the long of his life, was struggling to just exist. Like his livelihood was always in jeopardy. It was always contingent. He never quite fit. Right? He didn't quite fit because he was too queer to be in the civil rights movement. He didn't quite fit because he wasn't a communist. So he didn't have sort of the socialist sort of backing, right? But also he struggled from a mental perspective. I don't even know, he struggled to exist. Like his very existence was a barrier. And so I hear you saying that there were no institutions and we didn't have sort of control, like he didn't use Black media, right, in the way in which maybe somebody else would have used Black media, or he didn't have the crisis, for example, as an organ to sort of like distribute to the masses. But I think I agree with that. And I actually think today's, it's not apples to apples, but I do think there is some sort of similarity to what's happening today. Like we conservatives are consistently building things long term, not necessarily on the short term. Like they're not just looking at this one election, they're looking at the next 20, right? And so they have sort of the institutions that continue to perpetuate the ideas even when people are not focused on the idea. Get that? Totally 100% aligned. I think for Baldwin, though, he's frail. And when I say he's frail, he is constantly, his writing represents the constant dithering back and forth in his own identity. The structure by which he is writing does not necessarily seem to be sturdy enough for him to sort of think futuristically. And so I think for Baldwin, he's different from these other writers in the sense that like he's just struggling. I mean, Fire Next Time becomes popular, but that money runs out relatively soon. So his writing is based on him, the sort of the journalism that he does, the opinion pieces that he's writing as an essayist is done because he needs to eat. And so he can't even think about building something that's like long-term, that provides a structure for Black voices moving forward because he can barely exist. And so I think maybe, the argument maybe that the whole of the movement could do that, but I don't think Baldwin was in the position to do that, particularly as he's dealing sort of with his own sort of internal struggles as a Black queer man.
Yeah, great comments. I put it in the chat. I think the left during the time was, as I put it, on a publishing rampage. And, to Maga's point, we don't know the kind of outreach that right-wing publications have. But goodness, American Morocco was a publishing house in and of himself. Third World Press, Hakim Booty. A lot of stuff was happening in the left when it came to publications. It was very clear that, not even just publications, but schools. The New School of Afro-American Thought in Washington, D.C., started by Gadsden Neal and Kenny Friedman, situating itself in opposition to Howard University, the folks who were coming through there, Liberation Square. And this was happening all over the nation, whether you're talking about a place like New Orleans, obviously New York City, Washington, D.C., Chicago. The left was, the West Coast, I'm not even adding them to it. A lot of stuff was happening on the left when it came to elevating the consciousness of folks through publications, through plays that were happening in random parts of the street, repertory theories that people could get access to. All these things were developing. And as Jim Smethurst talks about in the Black Arts Movement, Literary Nationalism, a lot of the public and art institutions that come after, for example, the Black Arts Movement, owe their existence to the Black Arts Movement. Some people may think he's overstating it, but I do think there's a point there. And so for me, I just find that certainly the right has, I think, won the war. But there are reasons that I think extend beyond the left's failure. A lot of the leftists were being ran underground. A lot of course, deceptive folks within these organizations and these public publishing houses and so on. But I just want to push back a little bit on the idea that there wasn't this robust institution building that was happening on the left, at least in the literary spaces, because there certainly was.
Hey, Black Freedom, are you there? I have a question for you. Oh, and you're a green beaner. Many congratulations to you for achieving the unachievable. How about institution building in the legal space? Do you think that there was robust institution building in the legal space on the left?
I don't. So, if by institution building you mean, for example, law firms, there was the People's Liberation, not People's Liberation, People's Law Office out of Chicago, which ended up representing Black Panthers, folks from the Black Liberation Army, was really an embodiment of movement lawyering. Goodness, you can even look at some of the kind of legal apparatus that was developed with the SCLC. Of course, an organization like LDF is a nonpartisan.
Did you, when you said SPLC, did you mean the Southern Poverty Law Center?
No. SCLC. The reason why I mentioned SCLC, particularly, is because they were King was being represented in a lot of legal battles from tax evasion, but but I kind of departed a little bit. But yeah, I don't know when the Southern Poverty Law Center was formed, but the ACLU, which is kind of a little bit all over the place during the time, with Skokie, for example, but LDF, which is a nonpartisan, non-ideological organization.
For the edification of the room, can you spell out these acronyms? You shouldn't assume everybody knows what they are.
American Civil Liberties Union, NAACP Legal Defense and Education Fund, among others. So for me, I think that there are certain institutions that I don't know if many of them would position themselves as kind of leftist organizations, but they are representing individuals who are more progressive. So in the wake of attacks on Black folks and other folks, other marginalized folks, you do see these organizations developing to not only represent them, but to develop what we now know as civil rights litigation.
Hey, Black Freedom, I'm just looking at the chat. Did you answer the question that you posed? What do we do with the fairly amorphous call for love that Baldwin demands as a resolution? Did you talk about that? Oh, he's gone. Okay, all right.
Oh, he's down in the goo.
Oh, maybe he's working. Anyway, oh, he can't answer it. Neither can I.
Well, I think that was a good. Oh, my dog. He's sneezing. I think that was a decent topic today. Any other comments, y'all? Or maybe we move on and start working and talking about what's going on in the news.
Hey Patty, how you doing? You keep hearing Mississippi coming up in conversations. I'm used to talking about Mississippi with my fellow Mississippians, but one of these days I'll take a time out to kind of like break some of the things down about Mississippi. The people don't know that people from Mississippi is with us around the world. It's kind of like uncomfortable with me because of my mental illness. But one of these days, I'm going to have a good conversation about the state of Mississippi and my fellow Mississippians.
Okay. So let me look up some news articles and then we can get back to this. Let's see what's going on in the world and in the U.S. Go ahead, Truth.
Marty, now I am available, so think big. What's the topic? Let's have a greater conversation.
We were talking about the American dream at the expense of Black Americans. It was a debate that was between Baldwin and Buckley, but we're moving on now.
I will give a valid reason because of that Carrie Richardson, this printer.
I'm sorry.
She's black. She destroyed Jamaica. She's destroying current. And she's the...
Sorry, I didn't know what you were saying. I interrupted you again. Put it in the chat. Okay, so first article I found is in a landmark case. Supreme Court to rule on Trump's bid to control independent agencies. For more than 100 years, independent government agencies have regulated American monetary policy, stock trades, transportation systems, and election campaigns. Consumer product safety, and broadcast license for all free from direct political interference and supervision by the White House. A major case before the Supreme Court on Monday could upend, I'm sorry, I don't got my glasses on, y'all, that tradition and dramatically transform the federal government, eliminating a spirit of bipartisanship and policy continuity that Congress has intended to instill in key areas of American life when it created the agencies. I got a 3-minute clip. Let me go on mute real quick so I can go ahead and play this. All right, let me play this real quick.
In a case over independent government agencies operating free from political interference. FTC Commission member Rebecca Slaughter suing the Trump administration over President Trump's attempt to remove her. She argues Congress designed these agencies to have bipartisan voices so there could be accountability and transparency. President Trump argues the president must have full control over the leadership of agencies that set policies and enforce regulations. If the justices side with Trump, presidents could terminate members of independent agencies at will, which could mark the end of their independence. ABC News legal contributor James Samples here for more on this. Hi, James. So the lower courts have ruled this termination illegal, right? They say a president can only fire a commissioner for cause. So how critical is that, and how is the administration arguing against that?
Good morning, Diane. It is interesting here that we are in a circumstance that really, if you step back for a moment, is truly unique in American history and in Supreme Court history, in the sense that I think that the outcome of this particular case is almost at this point a foregone conclusion, even though that outcome will be the overturning of a precedent that goes back 90 years. So we are so often thinking of things in our current society on a kind of binary level. Is it left? Is it right? Is it Donald Trump? Is it a Democrat? This particular provision was written into the law in 1914, and in 1933, the chief opponent of the provision, the for-cause only removal provision, which essentially says fixed terms, multi-member commissions, so that the president will have some authority and ability to shape a commission, any number of these independent agencies, but not complete and total authority. The initial chief opponent was Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and now it's Donald Trump, which should tell you that presidents on both sides desire to control these agencies. Congress set it up so that wouldn't be the case, but it appears quite likely, based on earlier cases and based on oral arguments in other matters, that the Supreme Court is likely to strike down the independence of independent agencies.
So, James, what are the potential outcomes and impacts here?
Well, if the court strikes down as most observers expect, if the court strikes down this arrangement, the near-term consequences for the FTC mean that Donald Trump can reshape it. But the broader consequences, there are more than a dozen agencies. You can kind of think of it as the alphabet soup of American government. More than a dozen agencies around the country in the federal government have this kind of fixed-term independent agency structure. And those agencies will essentially become scenarios where the president, no matter who the president is at any given point, can fire individual commissioners at will and bend the agencies to the president, his or her own prerogatives.
All right, ABC Fox News legal contributor James Sample. Thank you.
People said I didn't look like your average football player. He had more of an.
Much going on in the news today. Let's see. What else we got? We got Paramount. We talked about this already. Launching their hostile bid for Warner Brothers Discovery despite Netflix deal. What else is going on? Trump is going to announce $12 billion in aid to farmers. This announcement comes after China recently started buying U.S. soybeans again after a tense trade war halted the purchases in a blow to American farmers. Hold on real quick. I got somebody's at my door. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm going to have to come back to the room, maybe 30 minutes. The solar people are out here for my house. There's only 2 of us, and I think Reform might be asleep. So we'll restart the room in maybe 30 minutes. Give me 30 minutes. Bye.
dismantle all of the agencies. So NLRB, defanged, dismantled, CFPB, dismantled, and then you get to install Trump loyalists to all of the agencies that are left.
I guess like for people who own firearms who I don't know be like
there and act as an independent agency that can make them subject to presidential approval. I don't think that it should. I think if Congress establishes an independent agency to check the executive, that agency ought to be able to operate no matter executive things. But I heard that from a lawyer in a different discussion that nobody else was a part of, obviously. But I figured I'd add that to it just so there was some extra information.
So just to clarify, so even in these agencies that are defined statutorily, right, like in law, the executive should be able to bypass the law?
No, ma'am. As I understood it, the difference was between being that of a committee established by Congress to do some work and being that of an executive agency. So, for example, we would not want the EPA to be an executive agency, but Congress did not.